Alrighty. I don't know why. I don't know why. Or I have a feeling I know why. Maybe. Maybe. But sorry about earlier. Was having some technical issues, obviously. Was having technical issues with the game. Was having technical issues with YouTube. It was just a whole thing. But, regardless. But regardless, I have all my goodies. I thought I had more goodies. I'm 100 pounds. I'm 120. I'm 120 pounds. Go. I'm 100 pounds overweight. Personally, I wish that I had more,
Please wait while the bridge extends.
I wish I had more stuff, but I think I repaired some things earlier, and I avoided pretty much every battle I could, because I was walking this slow the entire time, so.
State your business in Rivet City.
My business?
Research, huh?
I am
Can't
researching
help you
the...
there, but you're free to ask around inside. Just don't start any trouble.
Thanks for your help.
Carry on.
Harkness.
It was so noisy last night. I could hardly sleep.
Maybe a quick fix has something.
There we go. So, I am in Rivet City. Finally.
Welcome to this here is Flak and Shrapnel.
What's up, Flak?
Pretty catchy, huh? Take a look around. If you see anything you like, I'll be right over here. Need to do some killing, eh?
Yes, I do. But, let's see. Ooh. Yes, please. All of those. All of that. All of that. All of those shotgun shells. Do I have the... No, I don't. Ooh, yes. Oh, wow. Look how many caps Flak has. Holy crap. There we go. Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Bullpup mercenary. A sawed-off. A ranch shotgun. Whoa. Oh, never mind. Got Oh man, I could get an axe. Could get an axe. Ripper, bladed gauntlet. Anything. Oh. So I have this outlines perfectly how I have a mod among one of the 280 whatever, which essentially makes flak and shrapnel they're the gun runners, essentially. So, with that being said, do you have any? No. Okay.
Another satisfied customer.
I gotta run.
Ammo, this is where to go.
Apparently. And I'm still over encumbered.
Decided to check out the here.
Uh, 556. No, not necessarily. Ooh, mini nukes. Yes, please. Indulge. Cool.
Thanks.
Alrighty. Got lots of caps. I'm still over encumbered. Oh, sweet. Okay. Oh. Oh. You.
Let me introduce myself. I am Gary Staley, gourmet chef and gourmand. I'll be preparing your meal. My
Yes.
specialty is Meyerlert cakes, although the iguana is very popular too. Then you are in for a treat.
I'm partial to Mara like Eric. I'm hungry.
Here is our menu, sir.
Whoa. There's some food that makes water go down. Okay, so having the Marlet cakes. Marlet cakes are great. A great value. Brahmin steak, also pretty good. Sugar bombs. Like I said, we're gonna buy a lot of the pre-war food because my character is from a vault. We're from a vault. So what are we gonna eat a lot of? Pre-war food.
Thanks. Thank you for coming to
Gary's Galley. I love Gary. Gary's the best. Gary rocks. Gary's my favorite merchant in is my favorite merchant. I'm just trying to figure something out. Whoops. Alrighty. So go, Gary. I love Gary. Whoa, no. I love Gary. Gary's the best. Gary, you rock. I love you, Gary. Gary, you're the best.
Nothing I'd contact security. Don't mind me, mister.
Nice. Drinks dirty water along with a clean water. And then we got food. Mirelurk cakes. Another Mirelurk cake. Cool. Now let's do the Rivets, learn the history of Rivet City. So, I think to start this off, yep, Seagrave.
Howdy, I'm Seagrave. Seagrave Holmes.
Hi, Seagrave
I have
Holmes.
a little of just about everything here.
Well, first of all, what have you got to
I've
sell?
got a little bit of everything.
Oh my goodness, you really do. Do you have shells? You do have shells. I am gonna buy your stim packs and that doctor's bag. And no. Ooh, bobby pin. I'm always buying bobby pins. Every time I see them. Do I have 200? I do, because I never use plasma mines.
Give me a shout if you need anything else.
What do you
I really
know?
wouldn't know. I mean, long as I can remember, she's just been here, soaking up all the repairs and attention we can give her. I grabbed a wrench and joined in the reconstruction pretty much first thing out of the womb. But I never really cared.
Baby Seagrave.
Last feller I remember from back then was Mr. Pinkerton. And he must have left about a decade ago, after that spat with the science team.
Science
He used to
team.
have a storage shed in the broken-off bow of the ship. We always thought he was crazy for keeping stuff there. Might have kept a couple records down there, I guess. Careful, though. Ship's a bit treacherous down there in her belly. Oh, right.
All right.
I sort of lose track
So,
of time talking about
thank you,
this girl.
Seagrave. You have
See
way,
you later.
you have way more.
Fix has something that will help us sleep. Sydney's got all kinds of good chems.
I'll try that.
Hey,
Let's see.
I'll try that.
morning.
I think there's a one of those Pony Express boxes over here, and if there is, if there is, I am going to deposit. I don't have very much water. Carlos, I'm sorry. Yup, there it is. Pony Express. Ship to Megaton. I have 4 stealth boys. I had no idea. Alrighty. There we go. And these all weigh nothing. Blood packs. Don't need those. And then, yeah. Yeah, I had a feeling. Let's so I got 10 millimeter. Ooh. Oh, yeah, those are 3 pounds a piece. Sweet. So now that I'm not over encumbered and I can actually move.
Please,
Do I have any water? I have 3, which means I can give you 1.
please help. I need water. I'm dying.
I'm sorry, Carlos. Here, have this purified water.
You don't want anything for it? I don't have any caps or anything. I can just have it for free?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely,
Thank you
Carlos.
so much. You saved my life. Bless you.
Hell yeah. I'm honestly just doing that so I can do some evil shit later. I don't know what, but something. We're saving up all that good karma. So,
I'm looking for trouble. You seen it?
I think because we talked to Seagrave and we know about the broken bow, I can now alrighty. I know there's like a what's it called? A trap. Oh, well, there's a Mirelurk. But there's a trap. Damn it. Well, that didn't hurt as much as I thought it would. There we go. Damn it. There we go. Oh,
It's locked for a reason. Don't get any ideas.
well, maybe I can talk to you.
How the hell did you get in here?
What's up, Horace?
Not all that bad if you made it this far without dying. This is the part where you tell me what the hell you are doing bothering an old man who obviously wants
I
to be
mean,
left alone.
that's fair.
Get
That's
on with it
super
already.
fair.
What? I have better things to do than yak about those backstabbers up topside. Now get going. Ha. Sounds like you've been poking around, all right. I'm surprised any of those reprobates even remember me. Maybe they still laugh about how they edged me out of the council back then. But you can set those
Yep.
straight. For that, you have to go all the way back to when remnants
Perfect.
of the Naval Research Institute cleared the Meyer Lurks off this wreck. About 40 years ago. We were looking for new lab space, and this bucket of bolts just happened to have a well-preserved science bay on it. Everything else just grew up around that lab once
Aw,
we got it
man.
up and running. The science team was led by one H. Pinkerton.
Oh shit. He's the one.
That lasted until about 18 years ago, when those ambitious backbiters like Lee and her little team showed up.
They edged him
They
out.
came in with their big purity project pipe dream.
18 years ago.
Working with her.
The Lone Wanderer is 18.
She even took my seat on the council. By then, I was glad to leave it behind. But hell, if I'm leaving the city I made great. Of course I do.
Do you have any evidence?
Scientist
Of course.
always keeps track of their data. Here, they probably don't even remember, but I kept the records of that first council meeting. Take them if it'll put them in their place.
Well, I'm not actually gonna tell
Don't
them
let your guard down.
anything. Because they suck. Oh, whoops. My bad. Because they suck. The people at the people at Rivet City are assholes. They're pretentious as hell. They're awful. Madison Lee is like kind of our it's like our godmother almost. So first, let's heal. And then I think there might be somebody outside of Rivet. Like maybe Lucky Aerith, if I'm lucky. Let's hope I am only so lucky. Let's see if I am to be so lucky. I don't think I was lucky. Nope. Because they're usually like right here or something. Anacostia Castilla crossing. Alrighty. Let's keep going. Back to Megaton. And then I'm back out again, back to the Arlington Library. And then the Robco facility, and then we're done. And then we're done. So, I'm very happy about that, because then we can, you know, keep going. Whoa. Ah. Ha ha ha. Ah, I played myself. Whoa. That's not ideal. Let's... Cool. Yeah, because head being crippled is bad. Getting... Okay, so... Yeah, lady. I got you. Cool. I killed the...
Help!
Yeah. Oh. 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 There we go. And then we got to level up. Cool. Okay. Repair up to 50. Yeah. Barter to 40. Barter to 40, I think, is gonna be more worth it. And we are at 10. I really want to grab strong back. I will get finesse next time. Because strong back is going to help me so much. And I'll get finesse next level. There we go. Cool.
Oh my god!
Oh.
I thought I was dead! You saved me!
Yes, I did.
They dropped this stuff. Why don't you take it? It's all I have.
Keep it. You need it more than me.
You're right. It's dangerous out here. I have to go before more of them come.
Cool. So now We can do now. I'm gonna do some bad things potentially. Whoops. Yeah, because... Ooh, yeah. 53, yeah, not great. That was pretty good. Yeah, I pretty sure I skipped this fight on my way to Rivet City because I was just so over encumbered. Yeah. Yeah, because I went that way. I like went around. I'm trying to... Oh. Cool. So I can use the keyboard in conjunction. Hell yeah. That's good to know. That's good to know. Ooh. Ooh. A little house. Boats and bait. Whoa. That fucking scared the shit out of me. Cool. And aid, no. Drinks, no. Food. There we go. Ooh. Oh. Mirelurk, Centaur. Definitely thought there'd be a Mirelurk. And I may have just jinxed myself. Alrighty, and then let's see. Let's see if we can get up. Ooh. Oh! This is a...
Yeah? Everything has its price. Take a look and make me an offer.
5-7. I think we found our first, I think we found our first, custom weapon. So... that's cool. Can I... yeah.
A pleasure doing business.
What's your... yeah, it's 12. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So... okay. Ooh. Raiders. Raiders. Nice. I love this assault shotgun. I can see why. I can see why it's called an assault. Yep. Whoa. Whiskey. Yeah. Mentats. And then Psycho 10 mils. Right. Okay. There we go. There we go. Alrighty. Cool. That's a little better. Because I didn't want... I don't have a whole lot of weight on me. I mean, I obviously have a lot of weight on me because I'm over encumbered, or at least I was. You know, I'm still like 1 or 2 weight points. I'm gonna guess pounds because America. Keep your weapons holstered or be shot. Dukov. I have no intention on going to see Dukov right now. Not until Fort Constantine. Comment down below. Is the Fort Constantine quest worth it? Or is it too much BS? Because if memory serves, it is quite a bit of BS. Damn it. Damn it. It is a little bit of BS. So I'm not 100% sure, but I'm gonna do it regardless, because I want this to be like a really fleshed out sort of playthrough. And kaboom! Whoa! Oh, just another centaur. I thought maybe, yeah, centaur blood. I thought there might have been, oh wow, a master. Dude, I'm literally right here. Yeah. Help me, dude, I'm literally right here.
Thank you so much. I thought I was dead for sure. Here, I managed to hide these supplies before they tied me up. You take them. It's the best I can do to thank you. You're right. I'll try to make it on my own. If I'm careful, I should be okay.
Alrighty. Come on. There we go. Ooh. Sweet. Sweet. Okay. So now I have two. Now I have two weapons merch. Three. Because of Seagrave. Whoa. Why is it always raiders? Whoa. Oh. Whoops. Fast travel. Whoa. No, I do not. Hell yes. Okay, so I'm still trying to figure out the sorting thing. All right. Anything that I have more than 5 of. Alrighty. Okay. So, McMaster, replenish ammo. Wait. Let's see if we can get... I want to... Arg, matey elk. What's up, Johan? How you doing, man? How you doing? I was just saying I want to have a... I want to have my character have a... like a relaxation... like a relaxation outfit. Because this is how my character is normally. Very like official and very like, you know, very seemingly very important. Cool. And nothing. Cool. Let's see. And medkit. Let's see. Intimidating. Yes. Very much so. But like, you know, if you wore that every day, all day, when you got home, you would want to wear something else. So. Ooh. I think I have to like set the container to default. Let's see, open. Okay. How was your day? My day was good, man. My day was good. I pretty much have been doing this all day. Pretty much been doing this all day. So, I'm doing pretty good. Let's see. Create some stim packs. What about yourself, man? How was your day? Or is your day just starting? Okay. There we go. That's what I was hoping for. Alrighty. Let's see. Alloy steel. Alloy steel. Bullpup. Gauze. Frags. Chalk sword. Cool. So, 10mm shells. Cool. I pretty much played Hogwarts Legacy when I got the time to chilling with my dinner now, watching you smash the Fallout universe. Heck yeah. I personally have not played Hogwarts Legacy, but I had a PS5 when it initially came out, and my sister borrowed it from me to play it. She liked it a lot. I heard very good things. I just haven't picked it up. So But heck yeah, that sounds like a great day. What's for dinner? What are you having right now? Oh, I didn't realize it was so late in game. So let's. Cool. Sweet. Wasteland Survival Guide. I am pretty much done with the Wasteland Survival Guide quest. I finally got through the Super Duper Mart and all that. So now I am, as always, struggling to find Moira, but I am pretty much done with the quest. I just got back from Rivet City. So now I gotta tell Moira all about Rivet City.
Aha! Not just as easy as asking around, was it? Good information takes real work to uncover after all. So, tell me all about it.
It began as a research station, which is why it is still a scientific haven.
The location of the resources that came from those scientific advances. I can definitely see how it grew so quickly. A bit of smarts leads to a big reward, huh? Speaking of which, in thanks, have a few of these. The next time you've got to be quick on your wits. Oh,
I think she gave me
now
drugs.
Rivet City traders know they'll be favorably mentioned in the book. You'll get a discount buying gear from them in the future.
That will be sick. Because I just got back from Rivet City and I need more shotgun ammo.
Library out there. Imagine a whole building full of books.
Well, I have already been there. So,
And that'll be it for the last chapter. So, what'll it be?
let's see. Old technology sounds interesting.
I mostly just deal with it after it's junked. But a trader gave me this Robco processor widget. He said it's worth a fortune. According to him, if it's connected to the mainframe in the Robco factory, you could have access to all the robots you've
Heck
ever
yeah,
built.
let's go
Now,
Moira.
that would be a great example of how to harness technology, wouldn't it?
Let's go Moira. Got it.
Yeah, you should just be able to plug it into the
Heck
mainframe
yeah.
of the Robco production facility.
So I
It'll give you access to the robots and terminals. Okay, here.
did
And
the
be sure to
house,
keep an eye
got to
peeled
Rivet
for any other
City.
examples of how to make old technology work for you out there.
Alrighty. What do you got for
What do you
sale,
need?
Moira? You restocked. So I will buy all of those shells. And do I have anything? No, not really.
Good hunting.
She did give me drugs. She gave me mentats. Sick. Oh wow. I think this is the most shells I have had for this gun since the game has started. Since I got it. So that's awesome. And Doc.
Looking for that special something?
I'm here to buy.
See what the good doctor has in his magic bag, shall we?
Stems, doctor's bag, any venom. Ooh, water. Oh, and the steamed food is killer because it helps with your water too. And a lot of this pre-war food. Because it would make sense that my vault dweller of a character would really love pre-war food.
Pleasure doing business with you.
You know, he'd love his Blamco snack cakes
Megaton.
and Dandy Boy apples and stuff, and his sugar bombs. So it would make sense that he would, given the opportunity, just making sure my armor's on, given the opportunity, I would imagine that he would buy as much pre-war food as he can get. So, oh, got a enemy on the horizon. Ah, this is why I brought this, because I want to save ammo. Also, we're just gonna drink some of that vodka. But yeah, no, I'm gonna bring the sword with me to help get rid of all the rat roaches, mole rats, bloat flies. That works. Ooh, fission battery. I think scrap electronics I need, because one of my favorite. Ooh.
Well now, if it isn't the little saint from the vault. I've been looking for you.
Right.
Someone's put
My karma is too good, so Talon Company is coming looking for me.
You can walk around the wasteland doing the things that you do, and there isn't going to be someone who takes notice? Such a shame. I hear that you could have been something useful. Ah well, time to die.
I don't know why they walked away, but that was kind of dumb, don't you think? Sweet. Whoa. Oh, and an ant. An ant trying to get the best of me. Nope. But yeah, Talon Company can go fuck themselves. Screw the Talon Company. But they always have good gear on them. So I will take that. Okay. What's the value? 57. That's not great. Do I have... Am I still... I am. Eight. What did I... Oh, well, that's one. Oh, this shit. Oh, this. Which... 88. Yeah, I'm good. I don't need stuff like that. I don't need caps like that. I'm doing pretty good on caps right now. And as I get closer to Rivet City again, I'll start really looting again. and start getting more caps. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Talon or tenpenny tower henchman. Well, son of a bitch, speaking of, I think I see tenpenny tower. I already saved Megaton, so we can't get... We can't move into Tenpenny Tower, but I mean, I shot Arkansas like this earlier and I felt very good about it, so. Let's see if we can. Damn it. Super close. Oh, wait. Dang it. But, whatever. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Frickin'... I didn't realize the... I didn't realize the... flamethrower could do that. Like that. Alrighty. There we go. Okay. Whoa. There we go. There we go. Cool. So, I don't have enough science to hack that. Whoa. Well. Is there anything back here? No. And... there we go. Oh, so it is just this way. Cool. That raider was a poor chap mixed up with the lost cause. Very true. Very true. Those raiders just were in the wrong place at the wrong fucking time. Just got caught up in some bullshit. Everybody knows how that is, right? Sometimes you just get caught up in some bullshit. Oh. Also, I know I saw Tenpenny Tower earlier. I just haven't I just can't tell where it is. I think maybe when I get to the top of this ridge, I can potentially see it, but nah. Whoa, Yagua. Much better. I love the sound effects for this gun. It's so good. Saw 10 penny. Oh, another Yagua. There we go. Yeah. Dog hide can be used for leather belts on workbenches, which I think sell. Oh, there's 10 penny tower. It's literally just in front of me. But dog hides are usually pretty good to pick up for making dollars. Freaking seriously. There we go. Wonder what the lore is about the bear being named Chinese. Oh, Yao Guai? You know, I have no idea. There probably is. Much like pretty much everything else in this game. Having a reason. I have to imagine that there is a reason. There's gotta be. I just don't know it. It's probably on the wiki. The wiki is great. I would be surprised if there is a reason and the wiki did not have it. So, check. I'm not sure. Maybe it means like big bear or something. Yeah, maybe it means bear. So, we are here. I got pulse slugs. Oh man. There he is. Mr. House. Buck Mr. House. Autocratic ass. Discount Howard Hughes. Which is exactly what he is supposed to be. But I think it's funny that they put that they brought that in from New Vegas. That picture is in Camp Golf. I think I just got enough things for a weapon repair kit, which I think is my favorite workbench recipe in this game, because there's not a crazy amount of them. There are definitely some, but I think the one that's the most beneficial is the weapon repair kit. Bathrooms. Alrighty. There we go. Sweet. Very effective. Nice up close. Got a little not achievement but challenge. Little challenge there, a little extra EXP. I'll take that. There we go. Yep, had a feeling. Whoa. There we go. Gotta turn that off for DMCA reasons. Which is a little dumb, but we're about 15 years too late to have YouTube videos with copyrighted, with Let's Plays with copyrighted music in them, to not be taken down or not be, muted or whatever the case may be. I think you could get away with, you could get away with that in like 2008, but not anytime recently. Let's see. Yeah, whatever. Cool. Install the processor widget. Nice. Whoa. Oh, I know what. Yep. let's see. I want to keep all those. I want to keep all the duct tape and all that, so I can build myself some weapon repair kits when I get back to the house in Megaton. There we go.
Have nothing to abiding citizens. Have nothing to this area clear.
Oh man, protect drones.
Firing weapons. Commencing.
There we go. And then whoa. Lot of fucking robots. Okay. Stimpack sickness. Come on, yeah, yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
This area all clear.
That was a little, a little bit of hubris on my behalf to think I could just like fight all those protectrons by myself with a sword. Yeah, not the smartest plan. Okay, let's see. Well,
Commencing attack on hostile.
there we go.
Multiple failures.
And then there was a first aid kit. Nice. Jet, too. I'll take that. Ooh. I know what I need. Buff out. Good old buff out. Good old buff out. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Alrighty.
Do not be alarmed. Law and order.
Good old grenades. Good old grenades.
Do not attempt to play down. Will be swiftly and
Damn it. I wasn't paying attention to my health. I think I know where I'm at, unless it saved again. Yep, right here. Okay, so let's get this out of the way. And then bullpup with the pulse. Let's get out of here.
this area clear. Proceeding with search commencing.
There we go.
This is a
Whoops.
this area clear. Proceeding with search. Commencing attack on failure.
There we go. And aid buff out.
Hostile. Commencing attack on hostile.
Cool.
Continued. Resistance is off. Use of death. Blade. Able to
There we go. That worked very well. That worked super well. Whoa. All right. Okay. So it is up stairs. Yep. Alrighty. Cool. So yeah, I don't have enough science to do the optional portion of this. So we're just gonna leave. Why? Mole rat. I didn't realize that mole rat meat gave me -1 charisma, or not charisma.
Do not attempt target identified.
-1 strength. I had no idea.
Firing weapons.
Make sure I don't die.
Failure. Spurred.
There we go. We made it. All right. And I know that Tenpenny has lots of vendors. So that's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing right now. Is we're going to Tenpenny Tower. And we'll sell some goodies. We'll hopefully buy some shells. Hopefully buy some shells from the head of security dude. Let's see, I got some water. Nice. That -1 endurance is not super important, but
You can tell Tenpenny he can kiss my ass. We've got plenty of bottle caps. Let me in, goddammit.
you can tell Tenpenny to kiss my ass.
You're not getting in.
I can stand
I
here
think-
all day yelling at you through this damn speaker if
I think we can push him.
I've already told Tenpenny we won't allow zombies to live here.
Who the hell are you calling a zombie?
You're definitely not human. That's a damn.
Which is like super fucked, because he definitely is. He's 100% a human.
Tell the difference between me and a feral. Fine. I'll show you the goddamn difference. Just you wait. You'll get yours.
I wonder. Comment down below. Should we do?
Get the hell out of here. Tenpenny doesn't want your goddamn caps.
Should we do
Damn headache.
the
For the last time, get your rotten, ugly,
ghoul quest?
ghoul ass off Mr.
Should we help Tenpenny, or should we help? Should I get? Or should I let the ghouls into Tenpenny Tower?
I must inform you that you are trespassing on Alistair Tenpenny's private property. Renders an official business only.
I'm not here to cause trouble.
This ain't a theme park, kid. These little fuckers wouldn't be able to afford it.
Well, now here's where money.
Perhaps you'll fit in around here better than I thought. All right, I'll take your money, but don't press your luck. I got my eye on you. Don't bother Tenpenny or the other residents. You so much as sneeze,
I've met people like this. If you so much as sneeze in the wrong direction, we
welcome to Tenpenny Tower.
will end your life.
Stupid.
I'm not here.
What? I guess
Hell yes. I didn't know if he would let me or if I had to pass a speech check. But he will let me. And he's got a good amount of shells. Marine service rifle. Wow. Wow. Advanced radiation suit. That'd be cool. That'd be cool if I wasn't already wearing power armor. I'm hoping that there's things that I can... Whoa! I'm hoping that there's attachments for my weapons. I don't know if I wanna...
a pleasure doing business with you.
What kind of weapon is this?
Cut it out, will you?
Oh, it's like a James Bond. Got it. 5.7. That might be like a reference. So, time to go. We are officially inside Tenpenny Tower. Wow. You were out. And now you're... Wow. You're good at your job. Wow. Apparently Yaoguai are called that because Chinese were outside, not in bunkers. This other irradiated Baron said Yaoguai, which roughly translates to demon beast. I knew there was a reason. And that's a pretty cool reason.
I am Lydia Montenegro. I'm sure you've heard of me and my shop, Boutique Le Chic? No? Obviously, you don't travel in the right circles. I can't talk
this
to you.
is...
Visit me at the boutique during
Okay.
business hours.
Oh, it's not business hours? Oh, apparently not.
And I thought my life sucked.
Then let's wait. Or is there a... I don't think they have a... No. No, they wouldn't have, like, a hotel.
I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
This better not be a waste of my time.
Linda...
My boutique has many...
Lydia Montenegro. You sell... You just sell guns. And you have shells. Not as many as Gustavo, but... I definitely didn't expect you... Did not expect you to have guns. But...
There's nothing to worry about, I presume, Chief?
Hello. Everything is under control.
Alcohol withdrawal. Okay. Oh. So, whiskey and buff out. And I still have... Still 6 pounds. Oh, right. I think there is...
You got anything to report, Ling?
I thought there was a workbench.
Hello. Those clothes are atrocious. You should stop by my shop. New urban apparel and freshen up that look. Upgrade to fabulous. I only carry the finest garments.
Do you sell guns too? You do not. You just sell apparel. But you also sell stim packs.
Edgar, I think Mr.
Which is good to know.
What he needs to do is find a nice woman and settle down. Earth to Edgar. Mr. Wellington, are you there? Edgar, pay attention
Oh,
when I'm talking to you.
Think. Yeah. I thought she had a...
I think I'll turn in for the night.
I thought there... I thought that's what that... But that's what the pie meant. That must be food and not...
I'm quite funny today.
Is that so?
Sometimes I get the feeling you're off in your own little world.
Sorry, dear. Must have dozed off there for a moment.
Out the other with you.
Okay, I don't think there's a workbench. Oh, wait. I think I saw it on the...
Edgar, dear, why does Mr. Chen
No,
insist on calling
so it'd
everyone
be...
comrade?
So...
It's comrade this and comrade that. Do you suppose... He was dropped off as a child? You're just humoring me, aren't you? You haven't heard a word
And
I've
how are
said,
you
have
this
you?
fine day? Sorry, dear. Must have
Splendid.
dozed off there for a
Simply
moment.
splendid. Thanks so much
in
for
one
asking.
ear
and out the other with you.
Do I smoke? I do not. I do not. I vape. I smoked cigarettes years and years and years ago. And that's why I vape. But no, it's just the smell. The smell got to me more than anything else. Okay, so this is the... Okay. I thought I saw... Okay, so that is down. Okay, so...
Good to see you.
Oh, no. No, I do not. Sorry. I thought you meant cigarettes. No. No. I worked in smoke shops for a very, very long time. And so I know a lot about it. I used to a long time ago, but not anymore. No. Where? Okay. Whoops. Food. Cool. That's metro access and okay. Well, yeah, that's the wellness center. Oops. Nice, keeping the devil's lettuce away. I mean, I don't have any problem with anybody who does or does not, you know, use it. You know, it's not my business. It's up to whoever. Okay. But I just, you know, that was a moment of my life, and it no longer is. So, I thought there'd be a workbench. Is it maybe over here? Or is it's inside, probably. But I'm tired of fucking, yeah, because there's the reload. Okay. So now, Willie.
Please, please.
And I think I don't have. I think that was my last purified water. Nope. Got one more. But let's see. Did you have a nightmare trip? Oh, no. I definitely ingested more than I should at some moments, just like anything else, but no, I wouldn't use the word nightmare by any stretch of the imagination. No, I just decided that, sorry, this frickin' new vape I got, it's really cloggy. It's really shitty. But I didn't want it to continue to affect my life, so I stopped. Whoa. Hey, it's that frickin' demon bear. It's that frickin' demon bear. And here's the demon bear. And now the demon bear is dead. I think I should be leveling up soon. Sort of. I want to increase my survival. Because I think that'll give me more recipes in order to make more food. I think there's like a bunch of recipes in Tale of Two Wastelands. They added they made a bunch of new ones. And that's even to say about all the... I knew a guy in college who smoked a bong hit and it was never the same. I have heard that there are some people where, you know, they try it once and that's enough. You know, I think though that has something to do more with the person involved than I think the drug in question. Whatever. Because the vast majority of people that, you know, consume it do not have that reaction. You know, that it wouldn't be legal in places like Canada and the Netherlands, or not the Netherlands, but Amsterdam, and states like Colorado or any of the other ones that are legal in the States. You know, if it was that common to have like a psychotic break, you know, there'd be... I don't think I don't think it being legal would happen. And like, I know alcohol is terrible, but you know, it's not different in that regard. It's just the tolerance for people, like the social tolerance of people around marijuana are like, it's way worse than it is. Ooh, Brotherhood, Outcasts. I think I'm gonna yup. So because these guys are awful. These guys are fucking awful. Nice! That... Oh my god! Wasn't that fucking cool? That was fucking cool. Whoa! He flew up and flipped and shit. What's this? Oh, is this automatic? It is. I'm already over encumbered. I might as well. But yeah, like, there are people that go crazy with weed. You know, there's people that become wildly addicted to it. Even though it's not physically addictive, it's still mentally addictive. Like, people can become addicted to anything. You know, that's not because of the actual problem. Like, you know, people can have, you know, can exercise too much, and, you know, they can eat too much kale or whatever, or something good. You know, it isn't just sugar and nicotine and drugs. Man, another one of those fucking Yaogwai. And I don't really want to go over and get it. You've got to make the pilgrimage to your adopted country of India. I'll volunteer to show you around, have some pure bong while we're there. I mean, I am definitely down to come visit India. I think that'd be fun as hell. I'm not nearly in any kind of financial or even personal situation to travel across the planet. But hey, if this YouTube thing starts to really take off, maybe hey, in a year or so, I could take a, through the magic of YouTube money, I could make a trip. I live like not super close, but close enough to the Atlanta airport, which is the biggest or the busiest airport on the planet. There's probably a flight from Atlanta to like Delhi or maybe even Calcutta. Like there might, there's not going to be a direct, I would imagine. I imagine there's going to be a layover or two, but a layover in London or a layover and then a layover in like Dubai or something. Amen to that. Yeah, man. There's plenty of YouTubers that do crazy trips. Why can't I? Why can't I do that? I was talking to somebody about that the other day of like, if I start this now, in a year or two, who knows what's going to happen? YouTube's not going anywhere. It's a multi-billion-dollar corporation owned by arguably the most powerful tech company on the planet. YouTube's not going anywhere. So, I think me starting this now, I very much believe that everything happens for a reason. And I started YouTube now. For a reason. Though, if I had a layover in Amsterdam, I feel like I'd have to smoke a joint in a coffee shop. Just to say I did. That's one of those quintessential Amsterdam things. And, I feel like I'd also have to go to the red light district. Again, just to say that I went. What's that saying? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. So, who knows? And I 100% would love to go to India because I want to go to... Fuck. I forgot the name of the city. Shit. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Good to see you. Some grub.
Oh! Lucky Harith. Stranger things have happened, man. I'm just waiting for your monetization permit so that we can support the content we enjoy. Hey, man. I appreciate you. I did set up like a tip thing through Streamlabs, but I have I'm still Agra. I don't think so. It's the city of death, essentially. I don't know if that's what it's called like locally, but I know it as like the city of death. Like the Ganges cuts through it and people go there to die. It's like a whole thing. And there's like priests that bathe in the Ganges. And like it's like Death's City. I've heard lots of crazy things about it. And I think it'd be super cool to go. I don't know anything about Agra. I think it'd be cool too, maybe, potentially. Varanasi. That's the one. I knew it was. I could have sat there for 20 minutes, and I wouldn't have thought of it. But yeah, Varanasi. I'm not a super religious person. I'm not. I'd call myself more spiritual than religious. I know that's like a American cop-out answer, but I would also really love to go to Jerusalem for like a similar reason. I feel like Varanasi and Jerusalem are similar in that regard. They're just like super spiritual cities. I can't go to Mecca because I'm not Muslim. It's like against the law. It's called Benares as well. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that there were different names. But no, like I'd love to go to a bunch of the really like important spiritual cities of the world, and Varanasi / Benares and Jerusalem are, way up there. So, let's see. Get rid of these darts. I don't need these darts. Railway spike. I like the railway rifle. It's just not... I just don't really want to, like, try and build one. I think that's the only way you can get one.
Thanks.
Good to see you.
But I am back. I am back in Megaton. And then I'm immediately going to go back out. But I need to talk to Moira. But first, I need to go to my house. My house in Megaton. You can go to Mecca if you are Muslim. You just need a guide to show you the customs. Oh, right. I can't go see the Kaaba. But I can go to, right, because Mecca's a giant city. That makes sense. That makes sense. And yeah, of course. I feel like that's any large city that's that has like a particular culture around it. Like, I would imagine that anybody who didn't want to be like a really rude tourist would have to like be taught essentially what they need to do. Weapon repair kit. Hell yeah. Weapon repair kit. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Oh, I have a 5.7, but now I have a better one. Oh, and I can sell a lot of this shit. Service revolver, 9mm, 22. I think I'm going to keep the cowboy carbine. That's like a Winchester. I like that. Or no, I'm playing Fallout 3, so I can go get the Lincoln's repeater. Which... that... next time I go to... next time I go to Rivet City, I'm going to write that down. Lincoln's repeater. But no, if I did any sort of international travel, I would want to learn the customs of wherever I am going, because I don't want to be, You know, I'm already going to be like the out of place American to a certain extent. But I would like to, you know, I'd like to be as, you know, kind and open to people as I can, right? Like I want to be as accepting and understanding as I possibly can, you know, while also understanding that, you know, I'm probably going to make a fool of myself and I'm probably going to do the wrong thing, but, you know, I'd like to, you know, not do that as much as possible. Like, I don't necessarily want to sit down to a traditional Indian dinner and go, okay, so where's the forks? You know, if it's not, you know, like I have eaten with my hands in that regard, in that communal regard once, and it was great. I was like young. I had gone, there was a guy in my class when I was in the 4th grade, who invited me to his house because we were doing like a project together, and he invited me to his house, and we sat down and we had dinner, and it was the first time I never had like naan bread, and I'd never had curry. That was the first time. Like, that was great. And I remember that like very distinctly in my head. And I'd love to experience that more, especially in, you know, where the culture isn't a foreign culture. It's just the culture.
Any interesting technology lately?
I did, Moira. I did.
Oh, great. Reactivating long dormant technology is definitely a good step towards the survival of humanity as a whole.
Yes, Moira, I'm aware.
Maybe it's more dangerous if it's active but uncontrolled. How did it turn out?
Installation was easier than reaching it in the first place, because it wasn't great.
They designed a lot of their stuff so even idiots could use it. No offense, of course.
Very
It
true.
helps to have the right tool for the job. Failing that, go with the right tool to
I mean, the
do
American nuclear launch codes for like decades were just 0, 0. Was just 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So.
Yes. Books are where the old world kept its knowledge, and libraries are where it kept the books. And there's supposed to be one in Arlington. See if it's still there. And if you can download records from its computer.
Johan, yesterday, when you said that you came back and you had a beer, I went on ChatGPT and asked a bunch of questions about India and grocery stores, because I'm a nerd. Moira. I love Moira. Moira's the best. But, so, I know that you can't buy beer at grocery stores in India. I looked that up. Did you go to a state-run liquor store to buy that beer that you drank yesterday? And I'm going to pull it up now because I'm curious. But I looked up that your the grocery store equivalent, like, big chain that we have here is called Kroger. They're like the ubiquitous American supermarket chain. And from my very vague research, I found out that yours is Reliance. We have only liquor stores. Okay. We have home, so they don't sell beer. They just sell liquor? Because, like, we have liquor stores here in the States. Stores only for alcohol. Right, but does beer count? Or is it only liquor? Because that's a differentiation here. Is you can buy beer at a liquor store or at a grocery store but you can't necessarily buy liquor at a grocery store. You can in some states.
Is it there? Are there books?
Whoops, my bad. Beer and wine as well. Okay. There are some states like that. I think the state that's like that is Utah, which is the Mormon church has a very big influence there. And I think that is the case there. I just think, like, I find boring everyday stuff, like what store you go to buy certain things in different countries, super interesting. I think it's super cool. Oh, whoops, I meant to sell Moira. Shit. I was just on autopilot. But no, I just think it's super interesting. You know, because, like, we live in such a modern world where, like, you live in East India and I live in the eastern United States and we're having a conversation. In certain states, there are stores where we can get it from the grocery shop, like Goa, Bengal, Himachal. Okay, so it's similar in that regard, where you can buy beer and wine, statewide laws as well. Yeah, because I saw, is it Gujarati? Is that the name of the people or the name of the state? Forgive me if I'm wrong. But there are some states that are totally, like, we have dry counties, you have dry states, where it's just totally illegal to buy liquor, which I think is super interesting, because that shows that even some things that are super modernized, like beer and wine and liquor and stuff, becoming more and more accepted, local culture still just totally overrides it.
Sure thing.
Yeah, the government store. Oh! So you can buy... Okay. That's really cool. Because I thought when I saw that you had dry states, I thought that you just could not buy booze at all in those states. Gujarat, Bihar, and Rajasthan. I try my best to pronounce things as well, try and make a real effort. But that makes sense. Being able to buy it, but it can't be like a private business. It's gotta be a government sanctioned business, which makes sense. I appreciate it. Thank you. But no, that makes sense. Is they want the government to be able to like oversee it, essentially. Which makes sense. Okay, so I definitely thought that I had things that were worth way more than I do. Ooh, but I got 5 mil and I got railway spikes. I mean, I have over 2,000 caps, so I'm not super screwed. Oh. But...
What's shaking?
Yep. Sweet. Because that'll help with weight, too. Not as much as I would like, but... Yeah, and people are only allowed a certain amount of alcohol per week, which actually gets into dystopia. So I am familiar with... I'm going to see if I can get this freaking cheap vape to freaking hit. Okay, cool. Not buying that kind again. But I'm familiar with weekly purchase limits in regards, funny enough, to marijuana. Because when I lived in Colorado and I worked at the dispensary, people had daily limits, and some states for medical marijuana. And some states had weekly or monthly limits. Like I think Ohio has weekly limits or monthly limits or something. But I mean, I think there should be limits on buying alcohol in some regard, because people, like, I used to back years and years and years ago at this point, I was a personal driver to a disgraced lawyer who still had a lot of money and a lot of influence, and I would pick him up from his house in like a fancy country club where like there was a door guy and like I had to be on a list and like that kind of shit. But I would pick him up and he would get in my car and we would go to the liquor store, and I would pull and I would back up to the front door of the liquor store and open the trunk, and the guy at the liquor store would load cases and cases of wine and vodka and whiskey into my trunk, and we would do this like 3 times a month or once a week. And like, that's, you know, I'm all for personal freedom, but like that should be like, you should have to buy, like, you should have to be able to buy like wholesale. Like if you're buying that amount, you should have to have like a wholesale license. But, you know, like I could go right now if I really wanted to, and I could walk into the grocery store that's, you know, less than 2 miles from my house, and I could buy every, you know, every case, every can, every bottle of beer in the store, you know, in theory. But like, you know, shouldn't there be limits in that case? But, you know, if it's one or the other, the lawyer never left college. He was like in his 50s and he lived in like a mansion. You ever been inside a house that had like a hallway that doubled as like a bridge? Because there were essentially like two houses on like either side of the property, and it had like an indoor hallway bridge thing that connected the two. That was a first for me. It was very much like, it was very similar like in RRR, where they show where the one nice British lady lives, it was like kinda like it was closer to that than like the house that I live in or the neighborhood that I live in. You know, I just live in like a neighborhood with like people, and there's not like a guard that makes it so people have to like check in. You know, I just like live in a place. You know, so. But no, there's just, he was just insane. He was crazy. He would just drink like crazy. And that was back when like I was smoking weed, and he would smoke weed too. Which like a weed smoking lawyer, not a super common thing until I moved to Colorado and I was an Uber driver, and I would pick up lawyers and doctors from like concerts, and they'd be like fucked up on acid and Molly, and I would like give them a ride home to their like high rise. I have no idea how Lawyer Bro is doing now. He actually texted me the day I was moving to Colorado, and I just ghosted him. And so I have no idea. I can't remember his name, so I can't like look him up or anything. But I would imagine that he is way worse, because that was something that was actually kind of common when I was an Uber driver, was to pick up people. Okay. Was to pick up people from their house and take them to the liquor store. That was like in their neighborhood. Like it was super close to where they lived. Oh, docs and nurses definitely get freaky. 100%. 100%. When I was working at the dispensary, we had at least one doctor that shopped with us like regularly. Oh, dude, you know, the highest stress jobs are the ones that do the most drugs. You know, like, you know, the people that I met that do the most drugs are the most successful, and they're doing like, you know, they're doing like big amounts of cocaine. They're doing like big blow, and like in places where it's very expensive. And it's like, that's actually something that a doctor that I had when I was a little kid told me and my mom when I was little, because his kids went to the fancy private school that was the rival of my like cheap public high school. And he would say, oh, just because the school is nicer doesn't mean that they're doing less drugs. It just means the drugs are better. And he was 100% right. You know, I've been to some high class parties in my day, and like you can smell the ether coming off the coke when you walk in the room. They're doing drugs. That's actually something very funny about Atlanta, the big city that I live kind of near. Atlanta is in the heart of the Bible Belt of the southern United States. There's churches. I live in like the country. There's churches everywhere. But Atlanta is the gayest city in the country. They have rainbow sidewalks year round. Side note, I used to know the person who's responsible for that, and they're a lunatic. So, you know, not all great. But there are so many, like, gay men who are between 30 and 60 who just live together. It's two guys who live together and they both have very good jobs and they just spend all their money on drugs. And it's always the best drugs. Like, I've been to a couple of those apartments and dude, only the best drugs. Only the absolute best drugs. So, most major cities are like that. Well, that is true. You are correct. And we crashed. We fucking crashed. You're correct. Most major cities are like that. But, like, just by, I don't know if it's by numbers or anything, but just by influence, it's, like, very telling. And, like, I lived in Denver, which was another, like, fairly large city, and they branded themselves as being, like, a super progressive city. And Atlanta was gayer than they were. But no, like, even cities outside of the United States are like that 100%. I know that London is super, super bad for blow. Atlanta is the gayest city. New merch, that exists. I almost guarantee that exists. Atlanta's gay. Like, that already 100% exists. But I just think it's, really telling that as people's wealth increases, so does the quality of their drugs. It just scales. Somebody that went from eating a lot of bologna sandwiches and frozen cheap shit starts to get paid, and they start working, and they start eating, truffle everything. Is it gayer than LA? 100%. 100%. Because Los Angeles has, like, they do the movie thing, but Los Angeles is gigantic. It's bigger than you think it is. Even you coming from India, it's gigantic. And there's a lot of rural parts of the Los Angeles area. So there's a lot of, like, really conservative people.
Is it there?
There are super conservative parts of California. Like, my dad is from California, from, like, Northern California, and he's not super conservative. He's from San Francisco. But there are plenty of places in California that are super conservative. And there's a lot of money. LA is like 10 cities, 100%. LA is like 10 or 15 cities. Like, it could, yeah. That's why the word city is such a misnomer. Because you know what else is a city? Tokyo. Tokyo's a city. Tokyo's bigger than some countries. Like, the fact that we call Tokyo a city
Don't hurt yourself.
is insane. It's like, do you understand how big that city is? It's more like like a state. Tokyo itself is is a state almost. Especially with the influence that it has. Okay, so we're going to the since we're walking, I'm putting stuff back. I'm putting a lot of stuff back. Tokyo is larger than Moldova. See? It's also definitely bigger than the Vatican. Like, Tokyo might be 100x the Vatican. So, it's, the fact, like, there's some, like, there should be a new word. Like, there should be a new word. Yeah, I bet it is. I mean, if we're talking population, Tokyo is bigger than Greenland. It might even be bigger than Denmark. It's definitely bigger than some countries in Europe. Definitely. All right, let's put some. Whoops. Let's put these back. Because I don't actually have anything that actually does anything. Your local village is larger than the Vatican. True. True. Oh, that makes me think of something. How big of news that the Pope died was it in India? Like, did people talk about it? Like, is it like a thing? You mentioned that part of your family is Christian, so like, did the Christian part of your family have, like, are they like affected or mourning? Like, is it news in India that the Pope died? Essentially. I'm curious. Because, like, Catholics mourned, 100%. I have an uncle that's Catholic. He's still mourning. But, I mean, like, it's got major, international political, influence. Catholics, there's, what? There's over 1 billion Catholics. It is. We liked Pope. I liked Pope Francis too. He talked about birth control. Whoops. Whoops. I tried to open up a bottle of sparkling water, and it exploded everywhere. Not great. Yeah, no, like, he's one of the last absolute monarchs on the planet. And, like, the Pope's got real influence. So, and the soda of Satan. It's not even soda. It's freaking sparkling water. Made by a company that's definitely owned by Amazon. Because if we're talking about countries, there's some companies that are bigger than some countries. I mean, hell, the company that owns the website that you're watching this stream on is bigger than some countries. Amazon is definitely bigger than some countries. Seltzer of Satan. That's good. Alrighty. Yeah. I stopped really drinking a lot of soda. When I moved back to Georgia, because I had just been drinking a lot of soda in Colorado and I had gained a lot of weight. Yes, I did. He was a bouncer at a nightclub. He's also the first, or at least first in a very long time, Pope to not be European. He was from Argentina?
Welcome,
Oh, I totally forgot
Megaton,
about the...
friendliest town around.
I totally forgot about the stuff in the box. But yeah, he's from Argentina, which, like, you know, if we're talking about, you know, South America is like, you know, it's super, you know, it's super European, but he's still, you know, Argentina, so, you know, that matters, and I think that's super important. Have you heard or seen anything about who they are going to pick? About who might be the new pope? There's a guy, there's a cardinal from, I think he's from West Africa or East Africa. He might be, I'm not sure. I can't remember. And then there's, of course, a nice smattering of Europeans, of course. But yeah, no, there's definitely some people who, you know, who could make it. You know, I think the conclave is already been put together, and, you know, it's major international news. You know, every news agency in the, you know, seemingly on the planet is gonna have a frickin' camera pointed at that stupid, it's gonna have a camera pointed at that stupid chimney to tell us what color the smoke is. So, you know, we'll have that, you know, glorious footage in 8K now. But, you know, we will see. But, you know, R.I.P. to Pope Francis. You know, Pope Francis was, you know, as far as popes go, a pretty good one. The Vatican is getting very progressive, so I wouldn't be surprised if the African diocese gets promoted to be the head. I mean, I think that'd be great. I think that'd be awesome if we had an African pope. You know, if we had an African pope, maybe he'll use some of that stolen Nazi gold that the Vatican definitely still has. You know, to maybe, you know, help some nations out in Africa that, you know, definitely fucking need it. So, you know, they could use some of that fucking money that they have. You know, the freaking Vatican's got so much fucking money. So if they could help some people out, that'd be great. And if an African diocese pope, it becomes the thing, then, you know, we're fucking huge. You know, we're fucking in. hopefully. But I think the Vatican is one of the, it's like in the top 5 landowners on the planet or something. They own so much land, and they don't pay taxes, or at least not in the U.S. I'd imagine that there's tax exempt statutes in more than just the U.S. Alright, I got 20. Forget their money, I just want to read what's in their damn vaults. Dude! You're telling me. Dude! Yes, the Vatican archives. The shit that's hidden under the Vatican. The shit that's been sitting there forever. I mean, as far as we know, they have the fucking Ark of the Covenants down there. You know? I've been doing a little bit of like ancient Abrahamic religion research on like like King David founding Jerusalem and like Solomon and the temples and shit. And like, I mean, shit, the Vatican, the Babylonians, seemingly took the Ark of the Covenant, but like, I mean, fuck, it's been long enough. It might be under the Vatican. But I don't know. My voice. My voice is very dry. But I just, the church that exists today and the church that St. Peter developed or was the progenitor of, don't exist. It doesn't exist. So I'd like to, I'd like it if the Vatican started to, be more, for lack of a better word, better towards people. How, I think it was Pope Pius who made that deal with Mussolini before World War II started to like give them the Vatican but like stay out of wars. And then the Holocaust happened. It'd be nice to turn over a new leaf. Be nice if, Christ's Church went back to actually being Christ's Church and not just a bunch of fucking rich, idolaters. Which, again, second commandment. The Catholic Church loves their false idols. I mean, I can't say anything. I live in the country that just elected a felon to the highest seat in the land. But, corruption is nothing new. America did not invent corruption, neither did the English, and neither did the Vatican. It's, it's older than, it's about as old as people. Because greed is such a person, such a human construct. Greed. So, who knows? But let's see, where am I? So I'm over there, going down to the library. Let's go over Because I don't remember. Oh man, I should have talked to Moriarty a long time ago. How close? Okay. It's close. I'm going back to Megaton to talk to Moriarty so I can move on the main quest. Because I want to go to the Washington Monument and get the or I want to go to the Museum of Technology and get the fucking radar dish or whatever the hell, and pick up the, and then go to the Washington Monument and put it on there. Oh, dude. Yeah. Yeah. You know, we, you know, the, you know, ancient Rome being, or not even ancient Rome, like modern-ish Rome. The Roman Empire. Not the Holy Roman Empire, the, you know what I mean. Caesar, actual Caesar. But it's, you know, people think America is, you know, gonna last forever. We're so young as a country, and our growth has essentially been a straight line. If you look at how long the United States of America has been a country and how much the United States of America has influenced the planet, it's pretty much a straight line that just goes up. And I mean, if you drove around the southern United States, you would think he was the king. There's literally a Trump store. It's somewhere in Tennessee. And I've never stopped there. I kind of want to, as like a sociological experiment. But, you know, people love that guy. You know, he
Back he comes.
he you know, he pulled the wool over people's eyes, and he got to be the president. But like,
You got memory problems, kid? You ain't getting something for nothing. So only up to 300
but
caps and then we'll call.
you know, that's not.
Oh, no.
That's the
I offered a deal for 100.
that's the American story, my friend.
So now I'm offering a new deal
Like
for 300.
the founding fathers.
Why worry about trivialities?
You mean Paul Revere, the silversmith,
Well,
and Ben Franklin, the adulterer and liar,
your dad came through here.
and George Washington,
Stay long, though. Said he had some important
the
business to attend to and had
rebel who literally had lead poisoning?
radio. Guess that'd be the place for you to start. Good hunting and thanks for the caps.
You know, this isn't new. This isn't new at all.
Yeah.
Though. Oh, dang it. I don't have my... we got a mini... Why is it that the retards get all the limelight? Because confidence is key.
Your customers are actually getting cheaper, if that's even possible.
You know, it's... confidence is key. Intelligence and confidence aren't necessarily the same thing. In fact, they're honestly often, more often not.
Hey there, Billy.
Hi.
Nova love, a word.
Oh, this is silenced.
Oh, Christ. What now?
So I want to kill Moriarty, because if you do, and you come back a few days later, Gob takes over the saloon.
All right, Colin. All right. Just lay off already, please.
Nice. And I guess I didn't have to pay him if I was going to kill him. But, oh well. But no, man. I mean, there's a certain kind of person that goes into politics. And it's not necessarily academic. People want to hear what they want to hear. And especially in our modern day where wealth inequality is what it is, the influence that people have at the top is absolutely insane. So, you know, intelligence isn't really needed. You know, at least not. Or intelligence is needed. Empathy is not. In fact, empathy is honestly, more often than not, the opposite. They're so confident in their hate that it makes us doubt the content of their character, and meanwhile, they're passing laws that make you illegal here now. Can you elaborate on that? They've passed laws that make you illegal here now? I'm confused by that. Like what, yeah, if you could elaborate on that. Let's see. Cool. Now we're going to the library. Give me a second. Cool. Alrighty. So now I think we'll head to the library. I have a couple of pre-war books that I need to give to the what's her face at what's her face at the library. Scribe something. And then, hey, you know, well, let's see. Do I have any other? Right. Okay. So it's literally in the opposite direction. But that's okay. That's okay. So in India, we have this CAA NRC debate where Hindus from Bangladesh and Pakistan can get auto citizenship. Meanwhile, Muslims born in India had to prove their heritage Wow. Whoa. But wow. Give me a second.
Retreat! Fucking retreat!
Fuck you, Talon Company, assholes. Cool. Oh, wow. So if you're not... Wow. So people are just getting shipped off out of their homes because they were born in the wrong place. Why is that always the case? Why is it always the case? Okay. So people are just getting kicked out, which is why do most of them are being left at the border? That's like Soviet Union, USSR, like, yeah, being sent out. Just like, let's go. And I imagine that it's bad. Whoops. Oh, okay, we're gonna go that way. Cool. But yeah, I would imagine that the Bangladesh border is not exactly the most ideal place. Especially right now. Are you a store? Please be a store. You look like a store. Please be a store.
Hey there.
Hell yeah. Duct tape. Scrap metal. I want to get more of those 44 Magnum rounds because I want to go and pick up the Lincoln's repeater. Which would be great. Electron charge packs. 9 mils, sure.
Another satisfying.
Cool. Alrighty. Man, people sure. I mean, people are tribal as hell, right? It's always us versus them. It's calmed down because the Bengal state government are going against the government mandate and reintroducing people back in them. Okay, so they're just sending people. Okay, so they're just ignoring it, essentially. Which is awesome. Because it's like, why the fuck? You know, why does this mandate get to decide? Like, where these people who have lived in this area for, I would imagine, you know, most of, if not all of their lives. And now they're just like, you gotta leave. Fuck you, sorry. So. Oh. Yeah. Nice. Ooh, and a level up. Bengal and Kerala are two states still holding secularism strong in this country. Thank God for those two states. How much of an influence do they have on India in general? It doesn't sound like they have as much influence as they should. Because it sounds like a whole lot of non-secular people are making some decisions. So, I'm looking for a survival. Lead belly. Rad. Okay. Let's see. I think I'm going to do another intense training. Let's see. Yeah, just more strength, because alrighty. They used to be a powerhouse in politics. They used to be a powerhouse in politics, but now it has unfortunately shifted to the Maiga belt of India. And I'm going to presume that Maiga is make India great again. Oh, looks like I might have been wrong. It looks like a place instead of a ideology. I don't. Whoa. 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 Alrighty. Alrighty. Cool. Mega is Mega with communal and Sectarian tension. I see. So it's mega with extra steps. Which, you know, doesn't sound like I needed any help. Okay. Ooh, classic. Okay. Yep. There we go. Nice. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yep, and I'm just gonna go up and around. I'm officially in Great Edge. I don't really want to do the ant thing right now, so. There we go. Now time to go. Is this the... Nope. Or wait. Yep. Because I can just go up. That looks like I can go up. Alrighty, let's get through this little congestion area. Oh. Radiation. Radiation. Yep. Wonderful. I think I might be able to... Yep. Nice. Long range shotgunning. Cool. Alrighty. Whoa. Wonderful. So then now, I'm just gonna go around and out. Because once, you know, our Prime Minister was the biggest fan of Obama until he turned out to be the biggest fan of Trump. Until he turned out to be the biggest fan of Biden. Until he turned out to be BFFs. Got it. So he just, whoever the United States president is, the Prime Minister of India knows that they benefit if they're friends with the you know, President of the United States. Which makes sense, you know. You can hate him all you want, but Trump's, you know, one of the most powerful men on the fucking planet. If not the most powerful man on the fucking planet. So, it's, you know, it only makes sense that if you are in a position where you are the leader of a country that could benefit greatly from being buddies with the head of the U.S., you know, seems like a good idea. It's sort of like that whole, he's cool with Putin and Zelensky. I'm surprised that Putin is okay with that. But it just sounds like the Prime Minister of India just wants to be buddies with who's in power. Because he knows that that's how he gets the furthest, is if he, you know, is in power. So, you know, it's not ideal, but, you know, it seems to work fairly well. You know, it's sort of like all those YouTubers that do stuff with Mr. Beast on YouTube. Whoa. Like, whoa. You know, like if you watch any of those crazy, not Pakistan or China though. Well, Pakistan, I think, makes sense from what I know about India. That one makes sense. But China does not, because they make the world's shit. So, you know, why wouldn't you be friends with China? I want to not die here. And I just did. That just blows me away that he's good with Zelensky and Putin at the same time. Like he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. Nice. There we go. I want to be friends with China, man. Don't blame me. No, I don't blame. No, 100%. Being friends with China when you're in the international space just kind of makes sense. You know, they're a major player. You know, they're a massive player. To try and pretend like they're not is just like disingenuous. Because you want people to, you know, you want to do what's best for either your country or you. And it seems like being friends with the country that makes the world's manufactured goods would be good. Even if you run a country that is potentially a competitor of China, even though you're a competitor of China sort of in some ways, you know, you're not going to be able to take everything. So, you know, just, you know, smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. It's electronics, right? Unless you're talking about it, unless you're like making a joke. But it's electronics. That they make all the electronics. Or Chinese food. I definitely like Chinese food. But yeah. Serious answer, electronics. Joke answer, General Tao's chicken. Oh my goodness. I think I should have taken toughness. Why am I so squishy? Their culture. Oh yeah. They definitely got the culture game. Oh my goodness. So okay, I'm gonna need to reassess. Medics, Psycho, Stimpack. Oh my goodness. Whatever weapon that guy's got. Yep. That's insane. That is insane. Oh my goodness. Hydra, Jet, Rebound, Steady. Well, driving takes a backseat, but you win some, you lose some. I mean, every culture's got its stereotypes. You know, got its bad stereotypes and its good stereotypes. Jesus. Oh my God. Okay. So, Steady is the game changer. How did you not die from that? Okay. Okay. Cool. Alrighty. Nice. Okay, let's get this guy out here. You know, we had the worst man-made chemical disaster in Bhopal. Lots of intriguing and heartbreaking stories from this land. I mean, 100%. I know about that, sort of. Jesus. Because I did a, project about, or I did a research paper on Dow Chemical, and they bought Union Carbide. And I saw some wild protest images that I think were from India of them protesting Dow Chemical because they're such an evil, planet destroying, people killing company. Alrighty. There we go. But yeah, if you have any kind of history that is as long stretch as the Indian subcontinent, you're gonna have a deep and rich history. There it is. And then, so, once I get to the library, I am going to turn in those books that I got, as you do at a library. My sister's godmother is from Bhopal, and she has 6 toes on both feet. That is wild. People hear about chemical issues and hear about problems. People are mutating, yeah, but the actually seeing it, or like meeting somebody or knowing somebody that actually has gone through that, is just different. It is scribe yearling.
You've returned. Have you brought me any books? Excellent. How many are you willing to trade? Very well. Here is your reward.
Nice.
Use it well and return with
Got a
more
couple
books when
hundred
you can.
caps. I didn't realize that doing that. Okay. Okay. Okay, well. Alright, mercenary rifle. Or sniper rifle. Sniper rifle. Ooh. Nice. Imagine if I was brought in front of class, say senior year, and I say what I've told you. Would people even grasp the magnitude of the situation? Or just chill on their phone nonchalantly? I mean, the reality of it would probably... people would just not care. I was talking to somebody about that the other day, or yesterday. I think it was yesterday. How we all have smartphones. But I think we all, at least, sort of understand how those smartphones are made and by who they are made. And nobody gives a shit. So, I think people are... I think the modern news cycle of being able to you know, be on the front lines, so to speak, of anything and everything. You know, people get overloaded because you can't, you know, you can't care, you know, you can't be super invested. You can't be super invested in everything. No matter how good of a person you are. You know, because there's, you know, we live in a world of 8 billion people. And so being able to worry about all those people in the same way as you would worry about somebody you personally know. Oxfam mofos are setting up iPhone plants near where RR was shot. I bet they are. Like, Trump, the person that Trump put in charge of the National Park Service, I'm pretty sure is like an ex-oil executive. And like, doesn't take a genius Doesn't take a genius to understand. Understand their motives. Right? Like... You know, people are... You know, greed. Greed is good. Right? So... They're shifting iPhone production. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because they don't want to pay the 100 and whatever %. 125% or something, and then there's reciprocal from... And then there's reciprocal from China. Because of that, like, yeah, it's a whole thing. Yeah, it's a whole thing. And like, you know, we're all... Come on. You know, we all just live in this crazy world. Cool. Alrighty. Alrighty. Children's one.
This is gonna be fun. Just right. It's go time.
Kick ass.
Damn it. I had a feeling that was gonna happen. Yep. Hey, that's okay. The thing that bothers me is Trump should have invested in American manufacturing groundwork before implementing tariffs. I mean, unfortunately, that would institute forethought, and we all know that that didn't happen. You know, talk to anybody that knows anything about modern manufacturing. There's no reality where manufacturing comes back to the United States like it was in the 50s. There's no chance. Because, you know, things have just changed. You know, you know, like my whole thing, I've said this to a lot of people. Yep, I had a feeling. I saw the one. I've said this to a bunch of people before. You want an American-made iPhone? Cool, it costs $10,000. there is if your politicians put a stop to crony. I mean, it's never like, it's not even like just our, like just, you know, the American politicians. It's a fact of the costs related, the, you know, quality of life differences being what they are. People in the West are used to a certain level of life, and if, you know, if that life isn't, you know, met or whatever, then it doesn't really matter, because there's always going to be people, like, that's the issue, is there's always going to be people to fill the slot. There's always going to be people who are desperate enough, who are, you know, and that's just the nature of the world we live in. You know, it doesn't really matter what country you live in, or what you personally believe. It doesn't really matter, because, you know, the global world that we currently live in, the fact that we can have this conversation shows that there is an all-American company that set roots through Germany in their letter during World War II. Now made in China. That's why I hate capitalism. I mean, that's everything, though. Like, you know, that's literally everything in this modern world. People, you know, if you're able, because of the international, due to the interconnectedness of our modern world that we live in, nobody, like, the world's not just gonna magically go back to the way it was in the 50s because people want it to really, really badly. Like, that's not, like, that's not gonna happen. So, you know, it's just, you know, the same great technology that makes it so, you know, people from all over the world can talk to each other and interact is the same technology that made it so manufacturing in the first world isn't economically viable. You know, sorry, you can't have both. You know, would you rather have the world of the 50s where everything was made in the United States? And obviously I know, you know, it's not you specifically on, but, you know, just in general, just like, it's just the reality. So, there we go. There we go. Cool. Sweet. Fuck yes. everything is diluted and shit. But at least both of us from different sides of the planet can agree upon it. I mean, you know, I don't think everything is diluted and shit. I just think the current dystopian world that we all live in is pretty fucked. And, you know, we all just have to be willing to live in it, right? You know. You know, you can, you know, people can freak out about how shitty the world is or whatever and worry about, you know, this and that and this and that, but, you know, I argue, what about all the great that this modern world has afforded us? You know. I was talking to my parents about this the other day. If, you know, our level of extreme technological advancement, I'm talking smartphones, the internet, all that shit. Because of that, the world is so used to living in this crazy world that when it doesn't happen the way we want it to, you know, when the quality of our YouTube video, you know, is shit, you know, compared to what we think it, you know, compared to what it should be, right? Should be, you know, any of that. It just tells me, you know, that we live in a crazy world. And, you know, we all take things for granted. And we just kind of have to, you know, grit and bear it, so to speak. So. All right, cool. Okay, so we got that. Okay, so especially with AI and boomers yapping off about fake news. I mean, like, it's not all. Sorry, I just gotta adjust my shorts were bunching up. You know, there is a certain sense of, like, what can you trust in our modern day and age? You know, news, you know, people's trust of the news or of higher powers like governments or whatever is at an all-time low. But I do agree that the older generation does generally belly cam nice. Yeah, I'm tall, so it's just part of it. You know, just part of the deal. So, but no, we all got crazy things to worry about. Let's see. Yeah, and then I'm just gonna go to Rivet City. sell some of this shit to flak or shrapnel. There we go. Oh, these must be yapping off everywhere. I mean, you know, that's every generation, right? We all have nostalgia for how things were when we were young. So as we get older, we start to look towards those, you know, those nostalgic times more and more. So it's sort of like if you ever talk to any if you talk to anybody who works in the medical field, especially around a lot of people, around older people, they'll tell you that, you know, people at the most advanced stages of age, especially when they're not as like mentally sound, will call out to their parents, even if their parents have been dead for decades and decades and decades. Because we all want it to go back to the way it was, you know, when you were a kid. And obviously, you know, there's oh, come on. There's exceptions to every rule, right? But generally, you know, there we go. Generally, we, you know, people want, you know, people like the way it was when they were young, and it gets worse as people get older. Adjust to the fast-moving world. That's exactly how it is. You know, you know, like if you think about, you know, back to, you know, the technological advancement of America since its inception, essentially being a straight line upwards, you know, is especially true with the last century or so. You know, starting post World War II, right? You know, with the baby boomer generation, and, you know, all the men coming back, you know, getting the GI Bill, getting home loans, or buying homes, and buying cars, and getting jobs, and, you know, people crowding around the radio, you know, listening to war correspondents, and then less than 10 years later, they have TV. And then less than 20 years later, you have color TV. Meanwhile, you know, cars go from the Model T to the Camaro in less than 50 years. And then they go from the Camaro to the fucking Cybertruck in another 50 years. And don't get me started on computers. Going from literal machines that were the size of city blocks to smartphones. Hubbub around the radio seems like ages ago. It does, but it wasn't. In Joe Rogan's vernacular, it was 2 people ago. Maybe 1. You know, like, my parents are in their mid-60s, early 70s. So, with that being the case, you know, my dad grew up in 1950s America. You know, post-war, with the, you know, with the refrigerator and the toaster and the washing machine and all that, all these creature comforts becoming more and more common. It was one person ago. Exactly. Exactly. You know, we went from the Wright brothers to the space shuttle in 50 years. So now, you know, now that we got AI, like, forget it. You know, people, you know, technology, you know, we literally live in the future. We do. You know, we have technology that would make science fiction of previous eras just absolutely unrecognizable.
They call me shrapnel.
You know, I was raised in the 90s.
What you looking at?
And one of my favorite shows growing up was the Rugrats. And the Rugrats has an episode, it's like Reptar 2020. And it's just like every other piece of media from the 20th century about 2020. We had radios in India until the early 2000s. Then we had a swift change from Walkman to iPod. Exactly. It's even crazier outside of the US. Because you're exactly right. You went from essentially the radio to the iPhone. Like that. Holy crap. It's insane. I think I'm going to keep that, because that one's insane. But no, there's all those, or not all those, but there's a certain class of video on social media that show like a guy in an African village, and the outside of his house looks like a hut from National Geographic, and the inside looks like my or your, I would presume, you know, house. You know, we all live in this crazy modern era. Alrighty. Ooh. Anything? Lever action rifle. Improved parts. The opposite of catfishing. Yes, 100%. You know, it's like a. I think it's literally. It's like the concept of like a sleeper vehicle or like a sleeper PC of looking like shit on the outside, but being an absolutely crazy experience on the inside. So, and I didn't buy any, oh. Oh. Whatever. mud hut outside, Amazon server inside. Exactly. You know, it's like when there's a like a Geo Metro. that's the go-to sleeper example that I can think of. When there's a Geo Metro that looks like shit, but it's got like a V12 in it. And it can beat, you know, fucking Dodge Charger in a drag race.
Is it there? Are there books? Oh, can
So.
I borrow some? Really? A whole library's worth of data? Right there? Oh, that's great news. So, what did you find? Tell me about it. I suspect you and I are...
Yeah, I just got entire libraries worth of information for you, Moira. Thanks.
Oh my goodness. When I'm done with it, I'll have to work on copying all of this information. It could take a while, you know. Oh, but here's a book of mine and some cash for your research. Think of it as pay for a civilization worth of overdue...
An entire library's worth of information. And here's a book and some caps.
Yes, that concludes our exceptional
Wild.
endeavor. I have to admit, I was worried it would go over some people's heads, but it should be fine.
True.
All your hard work.
100%. I mean,
I kept meaning to use it to dig a well.
that happens even in the States. Like, you know, there's some people that do love flaunting obvious wealth. Like, in subsidized public housing, you know, the one drug dealer having the Mercedes. But, you know, I think it's, you know, silent wealth that you have to, you know, really look at. You know, Bill Gates drives a minivan. Mark Zuckerberg drives a Honda Civic. Christian Bale drives a Toyota Tacoma. You know, you have no idea how much money somebody has, you know, without, you know, especially if they don't belong in it. But no, that's really common. It's a huge thing here in the South, because property crime is such a big thing in the southern U.S. But if you buy a new TV and you leave the box outside of your house for the trash service to come pick up, your house is almost guaranteed to get broken into. Because, you know, the entire neighborhood knows you just spent a ridiculous amount of money on a nice TV. So, and it's in your house. We have proof. So, that's something that I had to, whoa. Holy shit. Whoa. But no, that's something that I had to tell, or get my parents to do when I moved back, was like, hey, you know, you shouldn't just like throw the boxes of of stuff you buy out on the curb, you know, in the thing. You should like bust that down so it's not really obvious. Because like I don't want, you know, our front door getting kicked in because somebody saw that we got a new TV or whatever. So, holy shit, that's a wild fucking gun. Oh my god. Yeah. It's automatic, but I don't want an automatic shotgun. That doesn't seem great. Alright. Cool.
Good hunting.
Hey! Wasteland Survival Guide. We're done. We finished the Wasteland Survival Guide quest. Hell yeah. I think that is the best quest in this game. It's just so... It's one of the best quests ever in any RPG. So good. So good. Okay, so... All right. How much strength do I have? 7. Okay. So when I... So drinks, vodka, 8. And then... This is not what I envisioned. Moira, she almost tried to kill me. She did. She did. She wanted me to fucking break my limbs. That wasn't very nice of her. Well, hell yes. Hell yeah. So,
You want something?
let's see. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the house and unload some stuff so that I can head out. I need to figure out that, I need to figure out that sorting system. Because it's like, I know there's something else to it. This is my go-to method for miscellaneous stuff. There we go. Is just put it all, just take it all out, see if anything works. I'm going to ask you a totally hypothetical question. Okay? Fire away. Hypothetical question. weapons, pulse grenade. Because I have pulse rounds, so I don't need... If you had to choose your Indian first name, what would you pick? I have no idea. Honestly, I wouldn't even know where to begin with something like that. I would have no idea where to even start with something like that. Let's see. 10 millimeter, 308, 12. Okay. 308. Cool. Whoops. And then mini nukes. And okay. What does your name mean? I don't think my I don't think my name means anything. Like it doesn't have, like I don't have a, like my first name isn't like a family name or anything. It was a compromise between my birth parents, or my mom and my birth father. Mom wanted it to be something else. Mom wanted it to be something, and my dad, or my biological father, didn't like that. So they picked something else. But no, I know a lot of people who have
Looking for that special
whose names do mean things. I just don't think that mine does.
Nothing but the highest quality leftovers, junk, and crap.
Nothing but the highest quality leftovers, junk, and crap. I love that. That was so good. Yeah. Yep. Perfect.
Thanks.
Love it.
Try Moriarty's
Pay more attention to what
oldest
you're doing.
drinks in the capital wasteland.
Alrighty, now. Galaxy News Radio time. I'd rather not, if I'm gonna be super honest. I know plenty of YouTubers don't have an issue with that. But I just am trying to stay as private as possible. I'll give you a hint though, because I've met a lot of people. Whoa, fuck. Fuck. Where am I going? Oh, behind me. I've met a lot of people with my name. It was pretty much the American name of the 90s. A lot of people, a lot of guys in the US in the 90s had my name. There were multiple people growing up in school that had my name. Whoa. Okay, so there we go. we go. Got that. Hell yeah. Yep, energy cells. So, let's see. We're damn near there. Hell yeah. Sweet. Man, this is great. This shoddy's helping me. This, and then only 4. Nice. I got enough. I got plenty of. Plenty of fucking pulse shells for all these robots. Oh man, there's that super duper mart. That took me 9 levels to get to.
Yeah.
Alright, you don't really have much. Take that Hydra, definitely.
Give me a.
And that's why I've been doing all these good things. That's why I've been doing all those good deeds. So I can do so I can take this because they I think or this just confirmed for me that it kept the build the what's it called? The thing in the video game where vendors have their inventories on their person. So if you kill them, alrighty. I think I have the Gauss wrap. Oh wait. Aid. Steady. Since you don't want to choose your name. Go for it. I can't promise I will go up, use it or whatever. But if you feel so inclined, go for it. I appreciate that. Let's see. Where's that? Okay, there we go. Whoa. Sam Warwick? Warwick? I don't know who you are, but you're dead now. Whoa, he sees me. Already. Whoa. There we go. Whoa. Cool. Whoa. This is just a Wastelander. But then we got Sam Warwick. Item that I like. Cool. Pipe shotgun. There we go. Okay. Stim pack. Blood packs. Haran Shub Shakti, the guardian of the deers. I appreciate that. That's very thoughtful. That's very thoughtful. And you answered my first question, which was going to be, what does it mean? So, you were smart, and you just already included that word. Alrighty. Nice. No. Because as soon as I change my weapon to something else, there's gonna be a real fucking enemy. Coffee mug. Don't need that. Aha, yes. I remember this. Nice. Hell yeah. Nice. Yep. And then... Yeah! Let's see. Whoa. Nice. And I know that there's a super mutant up there, because that would say it's a story. Nice. Alrighty. Well, I tried. Can't get them all. Yeah, I can't get them all. Whoa, 15, 5, still. Alrighty. Yep. Nice. Nope. Yeah, get through. Hell yeah. Cool. Ooh, Nuka-Cola. And then there's a trash can. Nice. Chevy Chase. Alrighty. Nuka-Cola. Regional HQ. Oh. Oh shit! It's Sentinel Lyons. It's Sarah Lyons.
Our brothers at the Galaxy News radio building, and we're headed there to back them up. You can tag along if you want, but keep your head down and try not to do anything stupid. Kid, out here cocky will get you killed. I've seen a super mutant strike squad like that take down 5 well-armed soldiers. But fine, next time you want to...
Red, on me. You're doing fine. Just follow my lead.
Alrighty.
No dead heroes today.
I think they changed.
Hail.
I think they made Sarah bald.
What's the situation?
Or like... Shaved head. I was right.
5 mutants released from their torment. The rest are keeping their heads down.
Good. Jennings?
Negative.
A new recruit?
Just a stray we picked up. One that blundered into the uglies over on 42nd.
Welcome.
All right. It's the usual drill.
Nice. That is exactly why I did that.
Rivet, you just do whatever Paladin Vargas says and keep your mouth shut. Yes, ma'am.
Come on. There we go. Whoa. Kaboom. Oh, wow. Okay. Nice. Yeah. We're just gonna hear it now.
Vargas, Redmond, secure this building.
Come with me if you like. We'll have the best view.
There we go. Swing for the fences, fight the power. Grunt, no. Toughness. Yeah.
And?
Ugly's in a...
Assault carbine.
We'll see. Now knock that off. You're wasting ammo.
Ah, come on. We just kicked their asses.
We need to sweep.
We're clear out here. Stand down.
You think those are all the uglies in D.C.? You take the piece.
Who else? Always count on my father to send the best.
Once we're inside, then we'll see.
Now you're talking.
There it is. Nice. Oh. Sorry, Initiate.
When we get back to the Citadel, I'll talk to the scribes. Let it be chronicled that Paladin Redden passed her test.
Yes, I would imagine she did. Nice. Yep. Hell yeah, we got quite the...
Looks like it's all clear. Unlocking outer doors.
Hell yeah, it is. Hell yeah, it is.
The look on your face says it all. You're wondering who the heck this guy is and why you should care. Well, prepare to be enlightened. I am 3Dog, jockey of discs and teller of truths. Lord and master over the finest radio station.
Jockey of discs and teller of truths.
News Radio. And you, well, I know who you are. Heard about you leaving that vault, traveling the unknown.
I love that 3Dog just knows who we are.
Yep, guilty as charged. Don't usually have exposure to the public like this. It's nice to know someone's listening. Makes carrying on the good fight that much easier.
The good fight.
Imagine a picture, okay? A picture of the capital wasteland. All that brick and rock. A whole lot of nothing, right? There's people out there trying to just barely make it from day to day. Fighting to stay alive and make something out of what they got. But then you've got all kinds of shit. Slavers, super mutants, raiders.
We're definitely gonna go kill Paradise Falls, by the way. We're definitely taking down the,
Well, holy shit.
we're definitely taking down the slavers.
You are as smart as your dad. Since you know all about this cause, no need to explain the effect. Let's get you on your way. The fact that the Brotherhood let you get up here tells me right.
The Brotherhood vouches.
Besides, you're giving off a pretty sweet vibe right now. Maybe we can help each other out. But enough yakking. Tell me why we're talking. You want to find your dad. And it just so happens his location is known to yours truly. He was here with Galaxy News. We had a great conversation. He's a real stand-up guy. If you want to know more, you're going to have to contribute.
I'm cool with that.
Good, because this isn't going to be...
I love the Fallout New Vegas-ification of the speech.
There's one problem.
It's
no one
way
outside of
good.
DC can hear her cry. You see, some brainless super mutant thought it would be funny to shoot at the shiny round thing in the Washington Monument. Yep, that shiny thing was our broadcast relay.
Oh no.
Now it's Swiss cheese.
That's not good.
Without it, our broadcast range is quite limited. Of course, the factory that made the relay dishes is long gone, leveled, as in,
of course,
we're never gonna scavenge that part again. It is risky.
I appreciate the honesty.
But there's something behind those eyes of yours that screams, I'm the one that can get shit done. Your dad had that same look in his eyes too. That's why Three Dog's helping you.
How can I help?
One of the Brotherhood guys
Let's
that
help.
passed through here mentioned seeing a dish in one of DC's old museums. It's the dish off the old Virgo 2 lunar lander in the Museum of Technology. I want you to get it and bring it to the Washington Monument to replace the bad one.
All right.
That's it.
We're talking to Three Dog.
I sure know how to pick 'em.
All right, Three Dog.
You're gonna be the best thing that ever happened to Galaxy News in a long time. If you need any more info, I'll be here waiting for you.
No, I think I know what I'm supposed to do. Yup. Time to go down to... I love that. And I thought that... Why is it red? Okay. Whoa. So we're definitely not Fat Manning a ghoul. That'd be bad. That'd be very bad. Boom. Shredded. There we go. 8 caps. 9. Okay, cool. Sweet. Okay. Cool. Damn. Okay. I do think I am going to take a break. Yep. Oh. Aha! There it is.
Skillin' time. Yeah! Tear 'em apart.
Nice.
Time to tear you apart.
Nice. Hell yeah. Whoa. There we go. There we go. Nice. There it is. Alrighty. Oh, yeah. Nice. Wow. Oh. Oh, nice schools. Yep.
It's go time. Too fucking easy.
Nice. Oh, come on. Nice. Cool. Nice. Is it too late? Alright, chat. VOD watchers. Old school or future. Nice. Nice. Not so nice. Lone. Oh. Let's see where it's saved. Man, the fourth crash, I think. Okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Nice. Alrighty. We're finally at the museum. Come on.
Concerns about security? Our Eye on You cameras enable the Vault's leader to watch your every move. You'll never be alone again.
You'll never be alone again.
Should the unlikely event arise that the planet is laid to waste, you'll feel happy knowing your family will be safe. We hope you've enjoyed our tour today. If you have any further questions, please take a brochure from our helpful Vault Tech guides.
Alrighty. Let's keep going. Oh well. Here we go. Man, we're almost done. We're almost there. Let's get that whoa. This gun is insane. This gun is absolutely insane. Okay, so today got my awesome Megaton house. Got to Rivet City. Finished the Wasteland Survival Guide. That was awesome. That was absolutely awesome. And now yep. Alrighty.
Welcome to the GNR Garrison.
Alright, I don't think there's a store here, which makes me sad. But that is okay.
Hey, all right! The hero of the
Wasteland
Wasteland
returns.
Hey, you're the one that deserves all the thanks. You struck a major blow against tyranny. Now, GNR can
A
be
major
heard
blow
across the
against
capital
tyranny.
Wasteland again. That'll give Eden and those muties something to think about. But before I get back to my calling, I bet you want to hear about your dad.
Yes, please.
Whoa now, dry your eyes. A promise is a promise, and I will provide. When your dad passed through here, he and I talked for a good long time. He's a real stand-up kind of guy. He mentioned some scientific mumbo-jumbo which didn't make sense to me. And mentioned something called Project Purity. He also said something about going to visit a Dr. Lee in Rivet City.
Alrighty.
Goodbye. Remember to keep us tuned in while you're out there. Watch yourself.
Nice. Alrighty, level 14. Yeah, finesse.
Let's see the super mutants try and take this place now.
Alrighty, everybody who's watching this in the future. Time to turn out.